Look at that. Hmm. There we go. Excellent. Well, glad to see nothing's happened. What the fuck am I losing money on Monster? It doesn't seem right. Did I not sell those? Oh, I did. Okay, that's fine. I love the behind the scenes peeks at adult movies. Have you laughed at SMCI yet? It's fun. I've seen it, yeah. It's dropping pretty quick. They delayed their annual report filing today, right? Isn't SMCI one of Nvidia's customers? No. They make like hardware and data center hardware. Like server racks and cooling systems and shit. Learning and practicing patience. Waiting for clear confirmation before opening or closing positions. This is hard, but good. Okay. Were you not doing that before? I'm gonna assume not. That's a step in the right direction. Not having $17,000 in underwater naked puts on Meta would also be a good step in that direction as well. Naked calls. Which one was it? I don't remember. I gotta ask why IWM inverse SPX. You mean why is IWM up and SPX down? Well, they're not. They're both down. Dollar's up a lot today. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Everyone's like, whoa, mortgage purchases are up. Slightly positive mortgage applications, but still substantially lower than 2 weeks ago. This is like weekly data. The gilt auction was kind of shitty, I guess. M3 money supply ticked up. Everyone bounced and they pumped breath to try to hold up the SPX. Oh. Was it like a desperate pump? I need this piece of shit to get a 5600 so I can close part of my straddle. I'm pretty sure SMCI is a big customer of Nvidia, bruh. No. What the fuck would they buy from Nvidia? They make data center hardware, like server racks and cooling shit. You think they're doing that with AI? Welding together cases? They're tied into the whole AI craze, right? Because data centers are remodeling and upgrading all their shit. And so SMCI is getting a ton of orders. Check DM. Did you just send me something from someone on Twitter? That doesn't make them a customer. Don't send me idiot opinions from Twitter. Show me a purchase receipt for something. SMCI is part of the AI data center supply chain. Yeah. More H100s, more racks. So they're reselling the H100s? Here's a purchase receipt for your shirtless pics. No, it's a picture of a Bloomberg terminal that doesn't say that SMCI is buying anything from Nvidia. It would make sense if they're reselling H100s, but outside of that, I don't see why they would be buying anything from them. Generally speaking, the customers would be buying the H100s from Nvidia and then buying, whatever they needed from SMCI. Wouldn't it be awkward if there weren't more H100s and thus there weren't more racks? That'd be pretty fun. My lady VWAP blessed me with a clean drug test. The final hurdle to new employment. You need some piss, dude? You need some clean piss? Bob's unvaccinated. We're gonna rip tomorrow, aren't we? Why? Can't you buy fake piss at like head shops? It's probably because you live in the middle of fucking nowhere, Bob, and you have no human contact. You've never been sick? It's gonna suck when you get chickenpox in your 60s. VN was above DN bullish or nah? On what? It's always above DN on indexes. Upstart? It's not really relevant, I don't think. Little bit more Vega risk near spot, but we already know that because it's at like the top of the call chain. Microsoft's pre-built servers that have configs with NVIDIA cards is probably reselling. That makes sense. I bought a QQQ strangle for NVIDIA earnings. It was up 4% this morning, so I sold both sides. What degen strangle should I get before close tonight to play earnings? It sounds like a terrible idea. You know, if anybody else had released the short report on NVIDIA or SMCI, I'd have a lot more respect for it. Hindenburg's got a long history of making shit up. And bending the truth a lot. Would you straddle QQQ overnight to play NVIDIA earnings with less IV crash? It's probably going to be fairly equivalent. If you don't think QQQ is going to be expensive tonight, I got news for you. We got Salesforce, CrowdStrike, and NVIDIA earnings tonight. True, but then delaying your 10K is not a good look. I mean, they probably just are doing an internal audit before they release it, right? That's called cooking the books before the report comes out. And then you'd be like, I don't know what these short sellers are talking about. And then when the SEC is like, what was that? You go, here's $100,000, be quiet. I didn't say there was going to be any admission of guilt. Deny everything. No. Corporations have a lot of liability protection. That's why people start them. It's almost like they're an entity. They can affect real change in the world with no responsibility. Any thoughts on post earnings plays on Chewy? It's like right at Gamma Max. I'm not particularly interested in that. I'm starting to see why you lose all your money, though. There's a little bit of interest to the upside of 30, but not much right now. Are we getting over 56.25? Does that matter? We need to get above 56.30 to hit that upside ramp. Right now, still quite a lot of puts to the downside. How's Microsoft looking today? Still just chopping on GM. Yep. Unfortunately. Possibly with the low of today so far being where it is, slightly bullish. I don't know. MQ looks pretty weak. Netflix broke down through 700 yesterday. That was a good entry opportunity. I think it's got some decent room to the downside. There's not a lot of support till like 660. I'd be careful because Nvidia earnings tonight they could flip like QQQ around. And Netflix is more bearish under 80. Like 80 to 60 is really bad. But under 90 and 700 is pretty significant. Out of curiosity, why don't you play earnings? Because it's basically gambling. It's worse than gambling. At least at the casino on most things, you have like better than 20 or 30% odds. Market makers are extremely good at pricing options for earnings. And there's little scraps that you can pick up here and there, but they mostly come with outsized risk, especially anticipated earnings. I think that's ARM. But wait, wasn't that Intel? And aren't they selling it or they sold it? Can you touch a bit about Hal and Schlumberger in terms of movement? I have a Hal position at 31. I'm thinking to add to it as it drops to 30.50. Okay. I don't see a problem with that. What kind of position? Are you like long Hal or I have short puts out on it right now. And I have leaps. And shares. Schlumberger, I just have leaps. So the reason the reason I own those is because I think we'll see a deficit in oil supply if OPEC maintains their cuts into the end of 2024. And that will push expansion in the Permian Basin oil fields. And if new rigs are going up at a rapid pace, Schlumberger and Hal benefit greatly. But they're also extremely sensitive to the price of crude. Or at least currently they are. Because no one's going to want to invest that money into that expansion if the price of crude is low, right? Was Fubo going back to 130? I mean, that would be cool. I would like it to go back below 150. Because then I can close my covered calls. But it might not. Losing 175 is kind of bad. And it's still getting shorted. By the way, the yield curve is exceptionally close to uninverting. Yeah. Interesting. Getting there. Forward yield on vol is a little bit positive right now, too. Odds of a FUBO run gone for the foreseeable future. I mean, holding above 150 going into ETF FTDs could be interesting. There's still, I mean, there's support at 150, right? I should probably close my covered calls today or tomorrow. Actually, maybe today. GDP tomorrow. Hmm. I literally pinned the trade to the chat, C-Mill. You want me to just shout carry trade like a carnival worker? Or idiot trade? You think the top of this bull market was in July, or is it too soon to tell? It's definitely too soon to tell. Um, we could absolutely get another all-time high. It's interesting that we haven't, but we could. I'm pretty sure if Nvidia beats tonight, guides up, and GDP tomorrow isn't terrible, we're probably going to get a new all-time high. Mm. Is QQQ likely to pump these earnings so everyone can get out high pretty much? I mean, it's going to depend on NVIDIA's guidance, right? I'm pretty sure NVIDIA is going to beat or meet their EPS and revenue expectations. But they could pull back guidance. Everyone else has over the last 2 quarters. So, that reduced capex is probably going to catch up with NVIDIA at some point. It may not be this quarter, or they may just revise guidance up and miss. Although I think that's less likely. The B100s are delayed. But at one point, they lost like 30% of their total sales revenue in China, and that didn't seem to faze them. Am I too great on both, and everyone just decides to get out and they tank? Yeah, that's possible. They still have not shown any evidence that they are not just a cyclical chip manufacturer, right? And that's a problem for them. That's why Jensen's selling. It's not because he needs $14 million a day. Um, I would say that the reversal on NQ is a little weak here. Might get rejected off of VWAP. SPX definitely is a very strong hit spot. So it's going to need to be breadth or QQQ that push things up like yesterday. I got invited to a party for a boat party for a wealth management company. Is this how you recruited Doric? No. Sorry, what's VWAP on it? On MNQ? 19,597. Jensen is a great hype man, but I feel he could really pump it if he hired the boxing UFC ring announcer guy to read out the forward guidance. The Oregon State University Jensen Huang Center of AI Excellence isn't going to fund itself. That also doesn't cost $14 million a day. I thought you just offered Dork some cheese. Actually, no, I just put a Taco Bell quesadilla on the end of a fishing pole. Duct taped that to his back and then sat him in front of a keyboard. Don't tell him, though. He still thinks he can get it. Yesterday you mentioned other tickers than SPY for overnight straddles. Was it IWM and QQQ? You mean other than SPX? Yes. Pork chop quesadilla? That doesn't sound appetizing at all. That's greasy. Yeah. Hey, we did get rejected off of VWAP. Nice. There he is. Hmm. Hmm. Weird. I don't even want to know what a Montana pork chop is. Check 1, 2. What's up? Let's keep falling. Might just sit here all day. How would you feel about that? I wonder if I can actually make money on this. So do that. And then, all right. How about this? Wait. I think I've solved the market, guys. Are you ready? Doesn't matter. Watch. Boom. It's only got $10 of risk. It's the flying alligator. What was that? Don't worry about it. This is a little bit more bearish, yeah. Although we got support here last time. The idiot trade's not been opened. Ooh, I could mix it up. Huh. Is that a pyramid scheme? Well, I have to wait. The price is moving now, which makes this whole lot less fun. Hmm. Here's the majority of positioning here. Yeah, we could keep going down. 20 is supportive, so we could head towards like 5,600. Oh no, we're dropping more. Ooh, my Microsoft puts are printing. Nice. If that could keep selling off, that'd be fantastic. Did you keep the Microsoft position overnight? Not if it goes to 405 today. Yes, Gherkin. Yes, they are. I bought a case of Monster Energy to support the bull case. Awesome. How does Nvidia look for earnings? Set up to run or something else? Just locked in 120, 130 range this week. Options are overpriced. I think to make money, it needs to go like under 113 or over 146. Otherwise, you just get IV crushed by the MM. Witness me. Hold on, I'm ready to. Ooh, shit. That's the good stuff. Getting a V here? Probably not. Hold on, I've got a new toy that I'm messing with. Hmm. Hmm. What you think? Test GN? GN's not super close to the money right now. That'll be like another $20 drop. Not impossible. There's bot puts all the way down to like 55.90. Microsoft fell below gamma neutral, which is neato. Microsoft bounced twice right here yesterday. Shut up. Today's a new day. Ooh. 5,600, 55.90 would be cool. Not impossible. Probably not very likely. I say we fill the NQ gap 19,158. Today? That would be excessive. Still holding short call spreads on golds. Gold's pulling back a little. I don't know how many sellers there are left. And I'm not really sure anybody's going to get out of it until Powell makes a rate decision. But if it falls back below trend here, you might pick up a profit. My only problem is it already slipped this morning and bounced back above, right? Uh, maybe like the local trend would fail. That kind of, well, no, it really found a bounce there too. That looks kind of bullish, honestly. I would maybe add below that trend if it continued to break down. I think the support at 25 earlier is not great though for for a continuation down. And there's probably not a lot of sellers on it until it tests 2600. Jumpies. We might be headed to 5590 here. We're getting some bot puts out there. It's looking bullish. Yeah, well, that's because all these puts are sold. The SEC's not trying to do anything. When does the SEC ever do anything? Is looking at SPY of any interest in analyzing SPX? It's currently testing GN, but I don't know if that's indicative of anything. It can make a difference. Yeah. It's the effect from ETFs isn't immediate though, right? Because settlement happens at end of day. But there are situations where like SPY will drop first or recover faster, and that can have a lagged effect on the rest of the index. Yeah, it does kind of look like Dixie got a sweet bounce. But that could get wiped out tomorrow. My god, how long will Nvidia keep falling? Why is everyone long Nvidia earnings? This is what happened. Everyone fucking piled in long Nvidia earnings, and now the market maker's just stealing all their money before earnings ever happens. It's like, oh, you guys wanted to shift the call skew super fucking hard before the event even occurred? Sure. We'll take all your money for free. They passed some new rule on a 3-2 vote. Oh, I don't know. What is it? When's it implemented? In 2027? Holdings need to be reported monthly instead of quarterly. No, that's cool. On how much of a delay though? I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not sure 13 apps are going to be any more impactful if they're reported monthly. If they're still on like a 1 or 2 month delay. I said we're probably headed to 5590. 5600 still got a lot of support, so we'll see what happens here, but there's a lot of puts being bought out of the money right now. I'm assuming that after earnings, the sold options of the Nvidia double diagonal will lose a lot of premium really fast. Well, ideally, yeah. I bought Nvidia puts this morning and sold because it moved so much. So much for an earnings play. Nice. SPX looks so much like Nvidia. It's almost like SPX is made up of too much of a small group of mega caps. Yeah. Nineteen 158. Gherkin, if we get there, I'll become Pontiff of the Boars. Hmm. Yeah, it kind of looks like shit. Oh fuck. Forward returns on SPX turned negative today? Wait a second. No. 20.63. Down from yesterday. 5% down from yesterday. Hmm. That seems significant. SPX just leave that gap. Yeah. Failed. Things still look pretty bearish here. You say a bunch of nice things. Oh shit. Hmm. Yeah, Microsoft is doing fantastic. Is this stopping at 55.90 or are we drilling? There's definitely support at 90. And some support. What caused this sell-off? Pretty bearish shit this morning. So my SPY puts are up 250%. They're paying for my calls. Nice. Ooh, I gotta close my straddle. Before this fucking thing bounces. I need more room down. Support here. Definitely support here. We could squeeze short puts to the downside. Technically. And that would be as low as like 55, 65. If vol keeps literally skyrocketing. Did you say not to idiot trade into rising IV? What? Oh, inverse condors are good into rising IV. This fits the narrative that Nvidia is going to save the market. Yeah, absolutely. I'm a busy with baby and CFP exams. Still nice to come back for an hour or so a week to have gains of 264%. Thanks for everything. No problem, man. Nice. Still at support here? Yeah. Bot puts are picking up at 5,600, 5,590, but puts are selling here too. So I guess we'll see if they leverage up the short vol on the support. Hmm. I closed my overnight straddle before the drop. Why? The index did nothing. You could have waited for a move. You guys are so flighty. Because I panicked. But nothing happened. What did what caused you to panic? UGI's trend looks pretty good right now. What's your PT on Microsoft? That was like 405. Hmm. What do you expect to see from Nvidia earnings? I mean, I think they'll meet or beat revenue expectations, but I have no idea what their guidance for like Q3 2025 is going to be. Analyst estimates are high as fuck. They're expecting like 77.1% growth. And if their guidance falls below that, it's going to make people freak out. Of course Nvidia's been cooking their books. They've been very honest about it.
You guys are so flighty, but when I hold my puts through 75% green and close even, it's why are you all married to your options? Yeah, it's almost like there's a right and wrong time to do things. I think gas in the tank for Vol to get shorted after this skyrocket action. I mean, shorting Vol here seems particularly attractive. Still got a little baby upside gap. I feel like I should just take my money on Microsoft. It looks very bouncy here. I don't like that. So it's under GN's at 511.84. Big fucking support at 405. Shouldn't be any support at 407.50 yet. It almost bounced off of it perfectly. Son of a bitch. How many days do I have left on that? 2? Hmm. Re-enter. Okay, we're clearly not going to fill me on any of these. Hmm. We're trying to bounce it. I don't know if it's going to be successful. Might need a few tests. There's at least some chop here. We're starting to get some out of the money bot puts, which could be even more bearish. Looks like 75 and 60. Getting bot calls at 605, 610. Yeah, so we just need to see some put selling here, and we could probably get a bounce. I believe this is the 5600 test on ES, right? Yeah. So this is a pretty important level. Why the fuck is that there? God damn it. Isn't this basically GN on SPX? Very close to it, yeah. I think we tested it. Did I post it last night? I can't remember. Or this morning? Oh, I put it on the chart. I didn't post the individual charts. Gamma neutral. Actually, gamma neutral is 55.96, so we're just below GN here. Yeah, if we start getting the bot puts out of the money, we can get a little bit of a bounce. And that means getting clear of 55.90. If we get clear of that, we could bounce back to 56.10. Right here. Right at that little blue line. Put it right there. That's better. This is mainly a sell-off before Nvidia GDP. Possibly. I guess we'll just focus on GN, which is, what was it? 55.96.13. Just basically this. I don't think I'm gonna get filled on these butterflies. We did break below gamma neutral already. I'm a big fan of pickle spicks being a bunch of memes. Finally, some DD I can understand. What would confirm it? I mean, I don't know what you mean. Gamma's negative here. Gamma on SPX. Gamma on SPXW is still positive, though. So the short dated options are still supportive. Gamma neutral on the weekly contract is at 55.68, so still quite a ways below us. Although that would be the next leg down if we squeezed out these short puts. Hmm. Some more short puts at 80. Is Costco a short now? It went down from 900. There's some profit taking on the out of the money calls above 9, but they could still come back, and it's fairly well supported here. If you're shorting it now, you're kind of gambling on GDP, or at least. Betting on a bump in inflation. Been doing really well intraday, but I'm terrified of holding positions overnight. What helps gain confidence in that area? I mean, choosing the types of positions you're going to hold overnight is a big part of it. But I mean, I don't know if I really understand being terrified of holding positions overnight, but being okay with trading the intraday. Probably do it away from like major pre-market data series. Yeah, experience. Making sure some of your risk is hedged off. Having IBKR so you can trade your SPX contracts in after hours. Hmm. Is action on SPX building support? I mean, they're trying to. It doesn't mean they're going to be successful. We need to get above gamma neutral for the bulls to break back up to the upside. So far, they're failing to do that. I think the first step is probably having plays where there's like a continuation, right? Like you're buying like one or two DT. Oh god. You're buying like 1 or 2 DTE contracts and they've gone in the money, right? No, so, say you bought like the 5600C for tomorrow, right? And end of day, we close 5615, at close, maybe like you want to carry this, right? So at close, maybe you like hedge off your total premium, right? But I think this contract's like what, $13 or $15, something like that. Never mind. $25. Oh yeah, because VIX spiked. So it's like 25. So maybe you open, like we're trading at 56.15. You're $15 in the money. So maybe you open like the 5600, 50, like 55.75 put spread, right? And that way, if it tanks overnight, you've hedged off your premium. And if it keeps going up, you take a minimal loss on the debit spread, but you continue to make money on the call. And I think starting with positions like that is going to be probably the easiest way. Hmm. Wait, what is this? I want to sell a product advertised as $25, which is actually 2,500. Well, it's 25 times 100. How do you more efficiently sell vol? You sell puts. I mean, selling puts naked, right? Which you're probably not ready to do. So your ability to short vol is going to be limited by your available capital, right? Was failure to get back above GN bearish? Yeah. Is GN now helping keep the price from falling? No, GN just tells you how the market maker is hedged. It doesn't it, it doesn't it's not doing anything, right? Like we're in a negative gamma environment on the monthly contract here, not the weekly. Um and so, there's a bit more market maker selling on downticks, right? But they're also buying the uptick, and so that means an increase in realized volatility. But it doesn't physically do anything. It just changes how the MM is hedging. And we're very close to GN, right? So the market maker's gamma hedge here is basically neutral. Yeah, they're trying to sell a lot of puts. It's not just the 5400. Big struggle. Yeah, because they have to push gamma from negative to positive. A business requires the service of an actuary. What relevance do they have to the market? Generally, most of their like scope is going to be risk assessment. They usually use like statistical models to evaluate various risk factors. Um, but they can also do things like develop insurance and pension plans. Um, they can do like compliance stuff. I can't remember, but I think they play some role in like assessing or appraising like liabilities. Can they help me push my tip through resistance? Maybe. Is this bullish or bearish consolidation? It's technically a continuation pattern. It's slightly bearish, but barely. I mean, usually like horizontal consolidation is just a continuation of the prior trend. But that's only true if it doesn't break above gamma neutral. If it does break up above 55.96 here, we're probably going to move up pretty hard. some buyers here. Yeah, so there's bot puts at 90. Well, bot puts at 5,600. And if we push those, we've pushed 90 the 90 puts, the bot puts at 90 out of the money. If we push the ones at 95 or 5,600 out of the money, then there'll probably be some put side capitulation, which can push us up into bot calls at 5,605, 5,610. 5,610 is a big fucking resistance, though. I think it would be pretty hard for us to get very far above that. What's the next support if GME loses $20? I think it's like 14 bucks. 20 is fucking huge on GME. If it loses that, it's a really, really bad spot. Yeah, a 1451. I guess 18's got a little bit of support, but not much. Yeah, so the three most important downside levels for GME are going to be like 18, 1450, and 11. Do you think Upstart will drop below 40 this week with positioning? If I were shorting it, I would get a lot of theta. It usually takes a long time for like short vol to start pushing Upstart down. It's usually not a quick process. And it tends to be really choppy too. I exited Microsoft. I'd re-enter on a retest of Gamma Neutral. Also, probably not great to carry Microsoft into, like, a short on Microsoft into Nvidia earnings tonight, right? A lot of the bearishness around Microsoft was their capex, and if Nvidia guides down in quarter 3, the assumption is going to be that Microsoft capex is going to be reduced next quarter, and that could drive Microsoft and Meta up. The data platform allows us to figure out support and resistance on our own. Ideally, yeah. Did you exit Microsoft? I for one capitulate on my puts. PS, what'll reach $10 first? GME or Fubo? Ha! Hmm. Okay, we're getting a bit more sold puts at 95. Still bought puts in the money at 5,600 though. Ooh, I want to sell these. What happened? We failed to break above GN. Well, at least on that test. We may very well get another one. I sold put spreads. Was it greedy or is Carl filling in for Todd today? I don't know if it's greedy here, and no greedier than the rest of the bullish positioning that's on the chain right now. It didn't really get stuffed. I mean, we slipped $6. No, there might be. I don't think there is, but there might be. If there is, no one trades it. Who do I have to jerk off for the stream card? Carl, that's you. It's on all your it's all your face. It was an homage. Yesterday someone asked, how can I figure out tops and bottoms for selling spreads? And I told them it helps to study Gherk's nightly write-ups. Then you posted a bunch of Jensen. I put the chart for today in there. See? That's more than sufficient. Damn, BRB, about to go take care of business then. Back? Nice. Last night's Pickles pick was God tier. The only time they've been better are when you go overslept, Godspeed. Yes, I absolutely understand that chart. Good. Yeah, it's been 3 years. I figured you'd have, working knowledge. The morning update was accurate. Yeah, right? I said lose 5620, go to 5600. We got an extra $10 on top of that. 13. If you can't make money on a predicted $33 drop, why are you still doing this? Too mean, Gherk. Too mean. I'm sorry. I'll dial it back. You've dumbed it down so much for us regards, and we still mess up. It's difficult. I don't know. I don't know if I can make options trading any easier, but I'm trying. That's what the platform is. It's the next step in trying to make this all a lot simpler. Do a poll on how many people made money off that. No, I don't feel like being depressed today. See, this is what I think happens. I perfectly predict price action. Then everyone makes money. That's the standard I hold myself to. What really happens? I don't want to know. Oh no, they're trying to squeeze the puts. Fuck off, bears. A full ported GME after you posted a Chewy chart on the GME channel. Well, the bear flag finally failed, so maybe now we can actually bounce. Just so well, yeah, everyone just got stopped out of all their calls, right? So this is go time. We make a bit of money, then a bit more on good percent plays you mentioned. Then we go woo, YOLO, and lose. Nice. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do that too. It's fun. Real question: do you find any irony in the Lynch yacht being named Bayesian and being sunk by an impossible water tornado that becomes more possible through evidence? Yes. I was too busy averaging down my calls to have stops on them, so jokes on them. Am I the only one here still chipping away at 5 to 10% gains? Animals. No? How else would I be able to afford to lose money? You're having a cheeky sidebar. Yeah, we got some cool stuff up and running this morning. It's very exciting. 5568 is gamma neutral for the SPX weekly contracts. CML. I'm guessing there's no positioning to drag it down further. Well, there's short puts underneath us, which could get squeezed, right? But they're probably likely to try to fight back. There's still an ebb and flow to this, right? Like we have 56, 10, 5600, 55, 95 puts, right? Or 5590 puts that are bought. But those are all in the money now, right? And as if we get another bounce, they're more likely to take profits. That relieves the pressure to the downside, and then you can get a bounce. Also, as we go down, premiums on puts goes up, so they're more encouraged to sell them. Isn't this increasing realized well because we're outside the expected move? Mm, a bit, yeah. I mean, implied vol is up, right? VIX is up like 10% today. Well, they were trying to get that down, and if we'd sat at 5620 all day, they would have been very successful. But we didn't. We lost 5620 and fell into the bearish positioning. There's sold puts in the idiot trade certified. Oh, I could post this. I almost want to sell a third one, but I won't. Hold on. What did I sell? I sold the 90 85s, right? They are 829, 1079. That's records. Oh, did I sell the 9590? Ah, okay. Hold on. Let me fix that. Instead of posting about investment funds now, maybe having you report monthly instead of quarterly. Will that impact things at all? I don't think so. I think I mean, they're still going to protect them with a delay, right? So instead of your data being 3 months old, it'll be like 2 months old. It might actually drive up volatility. What's the bullish level here that we need to confirm? Gamma neutral. Still data. Yeah. I hate 13 Fs. Yeah. starting to push the 55.90 bot puts back out of the money. And Q's getting a little bit of a recovery. Getting a bigger vol short. Probably still want to see VIX go below 1650 before anything gets really bullish. Are bull put spreads same as bull call spreads? I mean, one's a debit, one's a credit, so no, not entirely. Their payouts very similar. Sell the third one. If I was gonna do that, I would have done it when they were like $3.15. I'm gonna do it now when they're $2.85. Hmm. We're moving up. I just realized you're on the 5-minute chart. I was confusing myself. NQ's on a 5-minute chart. It says ES. This is on the. Oh, that should be on the 1-minute. Whoops. I don't know why that was on the 5-minute. What's the QQQ range up? I have no idea. NQ looks like it could bounce back to like 19.5. Or maybe back to VWAP, 19.525. NQ looks a little bit stronger than ES here. Well, higher low, right? What are your thoughts on okra? Kind of hairy. Is Grok low-key teaching us how to differentiate between days to play sell side versus the cool side? What? That's crazy. I bought a call after we bounced off your ES level. Hopefully the $15 upside doesn't take 4 hours. Yeah. No promises there. Yeah, they're like hairy and mucusy, which are not pleasant textures for food. Did I miss a kiss of commentary on Chewy? Most of the options positioning on it's at 30. So it doesn't have like a ton of upside range. If it breaks 30, it might be able to move a little higher. Like 32 or 35. I don't love it either, but if you throw it in a pan with some cornmeal and salt, it turns into a weirdly delicious thing. Yeah, I've had it a lot. I've just never had any that I've liked. Too bad for Alicia meeting. Microsoft delivering today. See y'all at Power Hour. You're talking about your Microsoft pits, or are you getting a delivery from Microsoft? 1 second. Nice, Carl. I had a bag of frozen cut okra in the freezer for quite a while. I'm not sure what to do with it. Put it in like a stew or something. Nice. Vic's Kiss at 16.99. Yeah, margin matters. A little reversal going here. Not particularly strong, but I don't know if it's scary, lucky, or an indication that I'm learning, but I sold 3 of the idiot spreads about 30 minutes ago. Nice. Oh, yeah, X-ray for tomorrow. SPX looks slightly above average. It's not like excessive or anything. There's definitely more interest. I mean, it's fucking Nvidia earnings and GDP, right? Big data. Ooh, we're starting a reversal on the on NQ here. Truth. I hedge my PDD calls with puts, and now my calls are free. You taught me not to be regarded. I just told you it was still bearish as fuck. Congratulations on your free calls. Likely to reject hard if we don't break GN. I'm not sure if it'll reject as hard this time around. There's fewer in the money puts now than there were on the last test. We might pull back, but as long as that pullback stays above 55.90, the trend should stay fairly bullish. Also, a good opportunity to shake off the rest of the in the money puts. We're already starting to get some bot calls at 5,600 and slightly above it. No, I still haven't sold the Long Island house. I almost had a buyer, but he was having trouble with the financing, so he backed out ish. Honestly, maybe build a walk-in humidor there and just keep it. The taxes are abysmal. Give him 6% financing, win-win. I wasn't gonna finance him. he only made like I think like 520K a year. Like him and his wife. And they had like stupid administrative jobs. So I was like, you guys are gonna get laid off. I mean, for that area, 520K a year is probably like the median. or below the median. And that's 2 incomes. I'm not trying to sound like a pompous prick, but from a risk assessment standpoint, not a great idea. Tricky here at 5,600. If I should take profit. Hmm. Only 520K a year. I made more than that in one paper trade. Sheesh. Nice call, Gherk. That's 2 incomes, not 1. And it's New York City, right? Yeah, it's really it's really not that great. And like useless administrative positions held by people with like philosophy degrees. If the axe of corporate ire were to fall, it would fall directly on their heads. And then I've got to figure out how to sell my piece of shit house in like possibly not the current market, right? That's it. I'm moving to New York City without any connections. Well, the cost of living's also higher. No, they work in New York City. Long Island's not New York City. It's Nassau County. My joke wasn't trying to make a joke of your decision. I guess I worded it poorly. That's all right. Sounds so Bahamian and exotic. It's not. Hear me out. Get a little chattier with the woman next door, meet her wealthy father, impress him, and convince him to buy the Long Island house to use as a drying out facility for your neighbor. That seems like a lot of work instead of just selling it to a moron who works in finance and wants to live with his coworkers. I don't think I could rent it. It doesn't seem. The real estate agent was really trying to get me to rent it, but it was like she said like 22K a month, and that seems like I'm not never gonna find a renter. Who the fuck rents a house for that much money? T-Pain. Yeah, if they could have, well, yeah, pretty much. I could see somebody like getting a Verbo that was 1/30th of that price a night, but Syosset for the win. I have people paying 3,500 a month for an apartment in Suffolk. That's way different. Yeah. Rejected. Red candle. That was a big one. Yeah, still fine. 5-year note action bearish? They're not very important right now. It was 70 billion, came in 3.645. So a little bit of a tail. Very little tail. Also, bid to cover was up. Should be good for the dollar. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that's super bearish. We want inflation, right? Inflation's more leverage, better profits. I might actually be long puts at 90 trying to get out. Because that should give them some ammo to turn correlation around. Hmm. Should we sign another put here? Is today just one big stop loss on? No. It's bulls trying not to get fucking squeezed out below GN, and bears trying to push them below GN. So it's just kind of a tug of war, like back and forth. Don't know the details. Senate passes bill for eligible illegal immigrants to receive 150K. Yeah, in California. So all the home prices in California go up $150,000. What in the fuck is a First Amendment audit? Hmm. Sovereign citizen nonsense. Oh, those people are fucking crazy. Standing on public property and filming, trying to bait dumb cops into harassing you. Ew. I've seen those videos. Seems like a great way to get shot. First Amendment audit is when someone looks at the First Amendment and says, I'm not a Supreme Court justice or a judge, so my opinion on it is irrelevant. Still doing the idiot trade? Yeah. Did I forget to fucking... I didn't pin it. Middle Western consumer sentiment rep. Thanks for saying nothing in your thingy. I just have it on WeBull too. Just trading it on both. So the live trade's right here. One job today. I mean, the price is this like almost the same as when I sold it. Nothing, nothing's actually fucking changed. Uh, Investing is easy. Just buy stocks that go up. Usually, yeah. I sold another idiot. Am I the idiot? Yeah. I didn't want to leverage it up. Not on this side of the trade. If we hit the upside range today, like if we get the bounce up to like 5600, 5605, then then I'll probably leverage up the call side. I think I want to short JPM. Okay, that's why. Well, okay. Do you have a thesis there, or just cause? Mostly because they slammed out a Gamma Max. That's a start. Although failing Gamma Max is not inherently bearish. It's just not bullish anymore, right? It's like less bullish. Put side was getting attention on the options chain. Okay, that's valid. Is that attention puts being bought to close though? Do you think we could bounce further than 5605, or would that be a hard resistance? We could, right? Nvidia earnings are tonight, so we could potentially like rocket into close, depending on what happens as we approach settlement. But I would say most likely we're gonna find really hard resistance at like 5608 and higher. I got some more monster under 47. This is still a play, right? Well, I mean, I'm still long it. I don't know how good of a play it actually is, but I'm in it. It's gonna have to pick up some pretty serious buying to print, but I did hedge off like 50% of my premium selling a diagonal at the $49 strike. Because I think it'll take a little bit of time for it to work its way up, but the puts on it are starting to fall off. I figure when the diagonal expires next Friday, if it's still in a good position, then I'll add that credit balance to the $50 calls. If it's not in a good position, I'll just close it. I'm usually pretty shy sharing these thoughts. But no, it's good to talk about them because you get other people's feedback. Even if you think your idea is stupid or shitty, I mean, I'll say that the pickle jar may not be the most hospitable environment, but I think almost everyone that's been here has been here a long time, and no one's gonna shit on you much, right? I mean, mostly people are gonna give you, helpful commentary, I think. Except AJ. Well, he doesn't count. It's not even real. Lies. I've only been here a few days. I've heard you drop some Cleveland steamers on some theses, and I LOL. That's you. So almost never will I shit on a prospective thesis, right? I will shit on people who have already entered a position without thinking it through. But if someone's like, "Oh, what about this?" I generally just kind of offer up my opinion. It's honestly great to ask Eric. He might pick apart what can go wrong with your play, but it's because he doesn't want us burning money. You shot on my PDD thesis, which then caused you to buy puts, which are now up, right? So you're welcome. No problem, little orphan Danny. I mean, I'm a contrarian, so if you ask me about any play, I'm gonna play devil's advocate, right? I'm gonna tell you everything I see wrong with it, even if I agree with your thesis. I'm gonna point out all the things that you're not thinking about. People really don't like that. I said devil's advocate. I said I'm a contrarian. Are you my wife? No. No, you're a monster that feeds on feeble trades and incompetent traders. That's not true. I wouldn't do this every day if I didn't want people to get good at it. It's not like I just come in here to feed my insatiable appetite to destroy people's confidence or anything. My favorite is that every once in a while Gherk starts to play devil's advocate and then he stops and says, actually, that's not bad. Sometimes it's not bad. Some sort of like trading vampire. It's ridiculous. Vampires aren't real. Why would you want to be immortal? Eternal youth, sure, but immortal, If we get good enough, you get to have a competition. I realized this when I saw how ferocious you were with Don Duck when he was still long Costco. No, my issue with Don Duck is there's zero thought put into any trade he makes. He's just like, oh fuck, I just spent $300 at Costco. It's time to go long. But that's also why I keep him around. Because he tells me about the people I can't understand. Don Duck likes attention. It's a win-win. Yeah. Yeah, he starts shit with me so he can get more in-depth analysis out of me. And then I start shit with him because I want to know what Hicks are buying. He is. He's like the composite man of retail investors. Are you gonna straddle Nvidia earnings? Absolutely fucking not. Dear Gherkin McPickle, it has been roughly what feels like a fortnight since I last complimented your immensely rugged, handsome visage. Accept my humble apologies. I won't fail you again. That's okay. I haven't been feeling too good, so I've been a bit. My pallor's been off. Surface Smurf just changed his name and he's trying to pretend to be someone else. A free car from my brother-in-law is running me 4K in repairs. Gifted me. At least you don't have to pay taxes, right? Still support here. I wonder if I should be rolling that down. The 90.95. Interesting. Sold calls are getting very close to the money. This is literally all because of Nvidia earnings. What, the dump in NQ? I don't know. NQ looked pretty dumpy yesterday. I don't want to listen to Jensen say AI 50 times. I've got shit to do today after market closes. More so the Bedoing and VIX. Also GDP tomorrow morning. I would say GDP is probably a bigger factor in like the rise in event vol pricing, right? There's a part of me that wants to buy like a 56.25, 56.75 like out of the money debit spread for tomorrow. Ooh. Nice. Uh-oh. That's the short puts. Squeezies? We don't want to lose 84. Double bottom, yes. Maybe. $62. Breakdown in correlation is frightening. Probably still have more downside here. Have we filled that gap yet? 55, 70, 65. It's almost 2 o'clock. Build the double bottom on ES. Next support on ES is the trend 55.80. Yeah, Nvidia is getting fucking hammered. When my sold SPY puts expire out of the money, can I be assigned? Yeah. You are out of the money, can I still be assigned? If the market tanks under 55.70 or 557 from 4 to 415, yes, you can. It's not cash settles. It's big risk. What's the range down here on QQQ? Well, there's local support at 19,340. I have no idea what it is on QQQ. I don't watch QQQ or SPY really. I don't know, 469.33. That's the neckline for the head and shoulders here, at least. But I think SPX contests 70. And then we'll see what happens on a test of 70. Rip idiot trade. I'm only down 40%. There's still 2 hours left in the day. It's gonna be one of the times where bears weren't ready for the drop and we shoot back up. Oh, they were a little bit prepared earlier. But there's been profit taking. I would say the biggest advantage bears have right now is that there's been a lot of profit taking at the bot puts at 5,600. Oh, damn. Well, that's gamma neutral on the weekly. Big old failure. Support here. Prior gap is filled from last Thursday. How much support here? I'm not really sure. There's a big old gap on the daily to fill. Well, we filled it. We filled it and we slipped support while doing it. There's another one down at like 5503, but that's very far away right now. It's 18. $79, 15.90. Yeah, Nasdaq's selling off pretty hard. None of the short puts are squeezing off, but the MM's hedging them off. They're still staying open though, all the way out to like 55.85. I don't see any news. Repos were up a little bit. JPM rolling their collar? No, they roll it on Friday. That's the futures trend test. Not sure that's a very important support for MQ though. It's not. Q fell 80 points in the last hour. Wonder how hard this could reverse if it does. Not very. Alright, so 55.68 is really important here. Nice, Adam. Can't responsibly short vol until tomorrow. When have they ever responsibly shorted vol? Could this leg down more? Yeah, sure. We could squeeze out more short puts. We're getting pretty close to like the MM's like the MM going long Vana though. If we drop any further, it's gonna drop really, really fucking hard. That never happens. Sometimes it does, like a little bit, but it's pretty rare. Usually there has to be like some news. Curious, Glorp? Curious. What? Usually when it happens, that's when market action is talked about on financial news. This profit taking, we're probably gonna see some put side profit taking here. That's pretty much. I mean, it's all the long puts in the money. They were already mostly in the money, but now they're deep in the money. You think this is pricing in potentially flat earnings for Nvidia? No, not necessarily. The day's not over, and so I mean, price could change still pretty dramatically from here. There's a lot of now in the money short puts, and moving up through them will have a similar effect to moving down through them, except opposite. If you buy to open two of the same 0 DT option, 5570 calls, sell them separately. So if you open them at the same time, you can sell them separately because it's just one round trip. But it depends on your broker, I think. There's a couple of brokers that don't handle them that way. I assume you're asking for like PDT. I don't know how IBKR handles PDT for that. Ask someone in the Discord. Little wild day. Yeah. Alright. Do we have any resistance to the upside? Maybe a little bit at like 80. Is it 75, 80? 75, 80. The levels of the puts that could be squeezed. There's 65, 70, 75, 80. A little bit at 85. And then we run into the bot puts at 90. Those could be squeezed out also, but I doubt they would be. You could squeeze down or up, but both are unlikely at this point. I mean, at 55.60, up was way more likely. Here, gets more bullish above 75. A little bit. Well, a lot more bullish above 80. Some of the short calls are starting to close, though. Like 90, 90, 95, 5600. So it really just depends what closes out. Like the short puts aren't really closing right now, but we're getting profit taking on the short calls. And if we keep getting put selling here, like a continuation in put selling, we might push up higher. It should be a fairly strong bounce. Like we bounced above weekly GN there. And then gamma kind of flattens out into 55.90. At 55.90, then we would find out if we would get like an upside continuation. Because that's where the resistance to the upside is really strong. No problem. Any expectations for Nvidia earnings? I mean, I think they'll probably beat on the current quarter. I don't know what their guidance is going to be like, though. If it was next quarter, I would say that their guidance would probably be lower than expectations. But this quarter, it's could be hit or miss. It really depends on a lot of factors. Like their B100 sales are delayed, but we don't know how much or what impact that's going to have on revenues, right? And cyclically, they're moving into the end of their cycle, but we don't know how quickly that window will close. The confidence in that, would increase the more time that has passed. Margin beat by 2%. Downward revision for guidance to initiate the mother of all chop. Are the options we're referring to right now cash settled? Yeah. That doesn't mean they don't take profit on them. I'd imagine short vol would want SPX back below or VIX back below 17 before close. This is that would be quite a dangerous game going into GDP. I'm hungry. Oh, should I eat something? What do I have to eat? I don't know. I should order something. Yeah, that's correct. What's up, NW? Hmm. I don't know how many early bird NVIDIA straddles just got hosed. I don't think there were a lot of straddles. I mean, NVIDIA was... The call skew on NVIDIA was ridiculous. I think everybody that just went long calls into earnings got fucked. Which was the majority of positions. And then now if NVIDIA beats, it can just move back to where it was trading 2 days ago, right? And then the market maker just keeps all of the cash. Everybody's short and long. Is Fubo dead? I mean, it doesn't look great. I don't know if it'll get shorted below $1.50, but it looks like it's gonna get pushed at least as much as they can towards $1.50. Speaking of which, I need to close my covered calls before GDP. Hey Dave, if I have like a low grade fever and a little bit of pain in my left kidney, like stiffness, should I go to the doctor? No. All right. Thanks, Carl. Kidney stiffness is you need to do bloodletting. Rub some mud on it. Ooh. You're dying? Probably. I've never had a kidney stone, nor has anyone in my family. I don't dehydrate myself. I sit in a chair for 18 hours a day. How low grade is the fever? Like 10, like 100.5, 100.3. Flaunting that rich person insurance. Look at me. I can go to the doctor anytime I want. Not only that, I can go to any doctor I want. I gotta go to doctors and be like, you're a quack, and leave and go to a different doctor. Yeah. It's pretty fancy. Did you hook up with a Jersey girl recently? I don't know. Maybe? Probably not. Being impressed by the ability to go to a doctor is peak yank. Listen, your guys' public health care is not going to last much longer at this rate anyway. I don't think it's a kidney stone because it's not painful. It's like inflamed. I don't want to go to the doctor. I have to like go there and I have to wait. People breathe on me. Ooh, you're pregnant. Oh, maybe. Don't risk it. Remove the kidney. I don't know if there's many people that have consumed more caffeine than me. Alcohol in the past couple of days. I had a glass of whiskey like 2 weeks ago. I don't have an appendix. It kind of feels like the initial stages of appendicitis, though, where it's just like hard to move. Sell the kidney as is on the Facebook Marketplace. I drink coffee from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then eat once. Nice. That's perfect. Dude, if you're using a vape and it's making your kidney hurt, that sounds like heavy metal toxicity. I don't take ketamine. This is my favorite part of the stream, where people that pretend to be Dr. Google confidently give out medical advice. That's why I asked our resident doctor. And I didn't ask him for medical advice. I asked him if I should go see a doctor. It's a horse disease? Oh, Jesus Christ. How much ivermectin are you consuming daily? I don't know. I just mix it with my bleach. I looked it up on WebMD and it says you may have network connectivity issues. I saw what you said, Dave. It didn't get crowded out. Pulmononephritis. They didn't install the switch, Atomic. Dihydrogen monoxide poisoning. That must be it. Are you a hypochondriac? No. Whatever the opposite of that is. If I have a medical issue, I'll usually just wait it out and see what happens. You're sickly because of excessive city living. It's ridiculous. Have you tried praying? No. I've witnessed Gherkin nearly die live on YouTube. That was only like 103-degree fever. Brain damage is higher than that. Have you tried touching grass? Yeah, I have a little box of it on my windowsill. It's lupus? Shit. You do your own urinalysis, or you just have the equipment to do it? I saw what you said. If you skip through sunny meadows more often, you would be approximately 3 times as healthy. But if you multiply a negative... What? I haven't owned a console in like 12 years. Oh, that's not true. I bought a Nintendo Switch I never use. So I own one, but I also don't use it. Probably just need more ale sunlight. Yeah. I haven't sunned my taint in weeks. Do you enjoy ball torture? Absolutely not. Are you seeing any interesting SPX options movement? No. Maybe some more call selling at 55.85. Mm. $230. I wonder how good the chance of us just closing here is. Lost GN again. Ball's moving up. NQ still kind of looks okay. Magic butterflies again today? Maybe. I might need to. I don't particularly like this range though because there's so many short puts that are in the money to the upside. Like if we got back to 55.80, I'd feel pretty good about them. But I don't like them at this price. No, I don't play any newer games. I don't play really any games. I've never been to a Shake Shack. Is it worth the trip? Absolutely not. It's complete shit. Yeah, that makes sense. Is there any expectation for FUBO FTDs, or is it too liquid to matter? It probably matters if Russell is going up when they're due, or it's not. Portillo's is a goat for burgers. They chart on a conveyor belt. I've never been there. I was Shake Shack one time before Fish New Year's and spent the first set puking in the lobby. Nice. It's not Mexican, it's Italian, so L, not Y. Portillo's. Portillo's? There's people who like to short vol, better short vol, or this is going down a third time. Yeah, they really need to short the shit out of it. Alright, I need to get something to eat. I'll be right back. That's SPX double bottom, 55, 60, 95. Possible reverse from here with put capitulation. Maybe. We're getting into power hour now. Hmm. I don't know. We'd have to get out above like 55, 80 to get a breakout. Well, at least 75 at a minimum. And so far it seems struggling with that and struggling with gamma neutral. The VIX whack-a-mole is slowing. I don't really think bulls have had any control over VIX today at all. Well, I went to my fridge and I didn't have any food because I haven't been grocery shopping for like a month. I cannot feel my earlobes without touching them. Huh. Paralysis? Charm is pretty negative down here too, right? We're actually kind of at a point where there's not a lot of effective charm on spot. I would say if anything, it gets more positive moving up. But not a lot of charm. Like if we went under 50, like 55, 55, 55, 60, then charm would be it would be bleeding off a bit more. But like the sold calls are pretty far out of the money right now for the most part. And the at the money puts a little bit. Hey, it's doing the thing. This is the first big resistance at 75. I freaking love how on Uber Eats it's like places you might like, but none of them are places I like. Hmm. If those spreads end up profitable, I'll laugh so hard. Why? I sold them in the place I wanted to. Well, like the right place. There goes 80. That's a little bullish. I'm going to start to run into some resistance here. 85 and 90. Because then I'd know you're from the future. I see. Like a button to say, don't suggest this shit to me anymore? That'd be cool. Hmm. I took profit because I lost so much today. That's understandable. But I thought you just like closed your straddle too early. I was down 5. Hmm. Ooh, bulls are going at it now. Now they're trying to push out the sold calls. Fuck. Aggressive. I like it. This is excellent for my spreads. We'll just keep going up. Back to 5,600. Let's go. What's up, popcorn? Carvana ever crashing or nah? Oh, probably someday, right? How much time do you got? Did you even buy puts yet? You can't call it an idiot trade if it turns out to be genius. Yes, I can. How do you draw like a bull Chad? Like, big old bull horns. Something like that. Nice cow. Thanks. This is excellent. Don't see any good reason to stop here. Discord. Where? Hold on. Oh, I'm coming. Nice. So... That was fucking dope. Hmm. Oh, actually, what did I get a fill at? Oh god, it doesn't fucking tell me. Ah, okay, I got a fill at 250. perfection. I don't want to sell the 85 put. Kind of. Like that. Don't think I can call. That's the put. Hold on. That's 692. $13.70. 174. $0.52. Think they pull off 5,600 for close? I think they should try. But I'm actually more profitable. So from 55.90. What the fuck is my break even on it? Break even on it's like 55.91.65. Through 56.08.25, I think. Maybe. Wait, did I fucking hold on? I didn't price that right. 1370. 74.52. How much was the put? 692. So 55.92 through 56.08. Yeah, I probably should have waited for one more leg before selling it, but I didn't want it to reverse there. I would have saved like 40 bucks. You're staying on for NVIDIA earnings release and the potential demise of equity markets. No, I'm gonna pop up in my futures account and fucking straddle NQ. Can we goon after market close? I need praise for my autism. It it's super fucking cool. But I don't know if I can tell people why it's so cool. You think we'll stay up here into close? Yeah, I think we've got pretty good support here. We're still struggling with those bot puts at 55.90, but I can't see any reason for them to stay open at this point. I will say we've squeezed the short puts back out of the money though, and there's not a lot of short put interest to the upside except 55.95. I mean, I don't know what you're freaking out about, Nuke. It's not like you've directly inserted your penis into Opera so deep that you can feel its heartbeat. Be careful with that. How big is his hog? It's not the point. It's about penetration. Don't stick your dick in crazy. See, this is why we need an office, right? Hey, hey, crazy is a lot of fun. It's true. You're not wrong. It's actually so much fun that there's tolerable levels of crazy. Told you I could do it. I didn't say you couldn't do it. Please, 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 please buy a Nvidia hedge in the last 5 minutes. Why? I don't want to have any exposure to Nvidia. I have a Nvidia hedge. I have January 2026 $60 puts. Still did it. I know you did. We can't give this to people, by the way. It's just gonna stay hidden. It's only for us. I don't want to share. Give what to people? Nothing. Just charge us more. Tolerable level, like someone who watches your stream every day asking for you to take your shirt off. So, whatever one step below that is. So they don't even get to see my monumental amount of bottled autism. I don't think they understand what it takes or the accomplishment. They can't appreciate it, so they don't deserve it. Did you buy all 10,000 puts on that Nvidia $60 strike? No, I'm not. What? The fuck do you think is wrong with me? I got an 8-core machine with 128 gigs of RAM, and this thing is choking my browser. Isn't that just because of Chrome though? Like, there's no fucking way you're using that many resources on it. Yeah, okay. That's just got to be like an efficiency problem. Chrome's a piece of shit. We're gonna need to build a custom browser now. Alternatively, we just don't feed the general public a raw fucking data pipeline from Opera, right? Whoops. I'm I'm a bad shill, but I'm an awesome tease. My favorite opera is Flight of the Bears, the Nvidia story. I think Windows isn't Chrome friendly because they want Edge. Quick, Nuke, break out your Chromebook. This would melt a Chromebook. Do you not have phones? Yeah, how are we going to squeeze this into an app? Like, what's the standard RAM on a smartphone? Like 2 gigs or something? Don't do an app? What? But how are you supposed to check Gamma Strike when you're taking a shit if there's no app? That's where 99% of retail trading is done. Could an Nvidia miss be priced in already? Depends on the severity of the miss. I would say no. There's no missed pricing on Nvidia at all, ever, for the next 10 years. We might have gone down to like 9.8 years today. Web app is fine. Okay. Bring your laptop in the bathroom like a true G-Gen. I have a laptop in my bathroom. I keep it there all the time. It's just my bathroom. Yeah. Crop top. Great name for it. Is the homepage Pornhub? No. Who jerks off while taking a shit? Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm, I'm sorry. Is that even possible? Throw a sneeze in there too, and we're talking. I feel like you'd tear something. Don't some of the valves close? Or like. How else are straight guys supposed to stimulate their prostate? The same way they've done it for centuries. Have their wife stick a finger in their ass. Where's the resident urologist? Yeah, I really need Dave for this one. Maybe I could just look it up. Hold on, I might not need Dave. It seems like there's nothing that directly would stop it. They use different nervous system pathways. Carl. If we close at 5,600, I'm going to get the full $800 credit for my free butterfly. Yeah, I know. SPX about to bust a nut. Well, like, I hope just a small one, though. Like, maybe we test 5,608 and then fail and close at 5,600. I'm gonna throw the idiot trade into an Excel sheet for you. Do all the things you'd never do but want to see. It'd probably be a lot better of a strategy if it had some sort of direct focus and wasn't just me randomly selling options. Like if there was actually a strategy. But maybe that's what makes it the idiot trade, is that there's no planning or forethought. I just like sell whatever looks good when I remember to open option strat. Oak nut. Your new thing is a page on Gamma Strike that tells you where the idiot trade is. Like it does it for me. But that's how you simulate the pickle jar perfectly. Maybe. Oh, I need to fucking add up all these values. Hmm. Got out of 9 of 10 idiots, up 2K. Nice. For the idiot trade, are you opening all legs at the same time? No, not always. I mean, like the butterfly I have open right now, yes, but not that's not 100% true all the time. The idiot trade gonna be in? How do I replicate it? It's just completely random. Do you have a bread tier list? And where do you rank non? 7th. It's a good bread. I like non. With ghee on it, but not any weird shit stuffed into it. I don't like that. Actually, you know what? No. I had some shit at this Indian place the other day. What the fuck was it called? It replaced non. Non's no longer on the list. I'm looking up the name of it. I think I have it on my receipt. Parada? This shit's amazing. I've never had a fluffer nutter. I know what they are, but I've never had one. Paratha? No, it's not. It's not like a paratha. It's not like the wheat. It's I don't know. It's different. I guess they're different regionally, right? No, you're thinking of the right thing. Like so, there's like paratha, which is like the whole grain one that's like griddled. and it kind of looks like it's got like a little swirl thing going on. This is like that, but it's puffy. And I assume it's the same name, right? It's just a different like region or dialect. So it's still got like that kind of swirly, flaky pastry thing going on, but it's puffy. What you drew is Laka Parantha. It was called like Malabar. Hold on, maybe I could find it. This is it. So it looks like that. That was fucking amazing. Way better than non. Most places have one that kind of looks like
Hello viewers, welcome.
It's a cooking video, not an image. Like this kind, right? Those. That's what most places have. And they're like denser and whole wheat. And that's what I'm used to having most places. 15 minutes to expiry. I mean, there's like a small chance this breaks up and tries to test the long puts at 605 or 610. But given all the interest at 5600, I would say we probably close on one side or the other of 5600. So like 5697 through 5603. But there's 15 minutes left, so we could get a lot of like volatility in that time frame. Google Crunchy Ahmed Sari Kolcha. I'm already doing it. That's like non stuffed with potatoes, right? I don't know why. I hate every like stuffed naan I've tried. I fucking despise. It's crunchy. Oh, that might be better. Is stuffed naan Americanized naan? I don't know. I don't think so. Why stuffed naan? It's made for dipping into curry and stuff. I'm feeling attacked. It's weird when you see a stuffed naan. It usually happens in Tijuana. Spanish copita considered bread. That's my favorite. The spinach ones. It's a phyllo dough. It's pastry. It's not a bread. It's pastry that's fucking nearly impossible to make. I tried. It's just a bitch. Isn't phyllo even harder to make than puff? Yeah. Yeah. I would say it's harder to make than even harder to make than like shoe pastry. I made $0 today, so at least I'm at break even. Wait, did you just not trade anything all day? I stuff a nana sometimes. Stuffed non definitely sounds like a weird Catholic thing. Huh. It's not Italian. They stick shit inside the naan and then cook it in like the tandoor. Like it's like sometimes it's like potatoes or I don't know what the fuck else they put in there. but it sounds gross. Like none yeah, cheese. I've never all of the textures that accompany it sound terrible. Minced lamb, yeah. It was a joke about stuffing Catholic nuns. Oh, that's not that hard to do, right? So daily today when build-up seems to suggest possible ups into the end of the day. I'm not sure today suggested that at all. What a day to get laid off. Oh no! That sounds terrible. I'm sorry to hear that, Belani. Should I open out of the money bull credit spreads to capture? I mean, that's. You're saying just like selling out of the money puts? I mean, selling puts is great if you've determined the bottom. But we also saw how that went earlier. Like sometimes you don't nail the bottom. But maybe also some other times you understand options positioning and you're okay with where you sold it anyway. Have you ever been to H HYUN? I don't think so. No, no. Did you happen to get laid off from Nvidia? I'm hoping to nail the bottom tonight. Happy anniversary. Tips for learning to nail butterflies. Be handsome, centaur. Live in a city that offers constant stimulus. Um, be patient. Have a sweet aroma. I have 1 week left on my involuntary separation ultimatum. Here's to trading without having to hide, Gherk. Wait, what? Are you being separated from due to your degenerate trading habits? I told you I had my 2 weeks put in for me last Thursday. I thought you just started this week at work. Or like last month. Isn't this like a brand new job? got laid off by a tomato? Hmm. Short papers getting fucked. Interesting. Nobody would be stupid enough to collateralize their repo debt securities, right? Dork, right? Dork? Where is he? Hmm. It'd be really cool if we could close exactly at 5,600. I would prefer that. Dork over leverage, now he's gone. What if those repo debt securities were repackaged into something that sounded safe? Like a 30-year mortgage? It's the Big Short thing. No, it's different. Similar, but different. It's usually how it works. Jimmy lost 20? Oof. Rough. Like a bag of turds to hand to a Japanese bank? No. Like a bag of really awesome stuff to hand to a Japanese bank because they found out that you handed them a big bag of turds previously. Oh no. Bounce back up. Three, two, one, boop. Okay, nice. I'm gonna assume that's the actual closing price. It sold off a little hard there into close. Gotta give it a second to update. Where's the line to buy the top? Fuchs is drilling. Yeah, it's selling off pretty hard. Alright, that looks good. So, how much more did I pick up? $30? That sucks. Although I guess it's a free $30. Would have been much better if it closed higher. Wait, right? 90 plus 220. So it's like 304.17. All right. Okay. Now where were we? Yes. Let's look at what's going on with Nvidia. I think their information comes out later. Boom, $2,300 idiot condor. Nice, dude. It already comes out at 420. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna wait around for that. All right, so we kind of moved significantly lower than the market makers expected range on the intraday here. Came down, tested monthly GN, got a pretty strong bump off of that, but we did end up closing or weekly GN. We did end up closing below the monthly GN at the end of the day, and pretty much right at the market makers expected move. Maybe a little lower, like 4 bips lower. So, obviously a bit of a bearish day. Definitely a big increase in volatility. Part of that's GDP tomorrow. A lot of that's Salesforce, CrowdStrike, and Nvidia earnings that are all tonight. Um, so those will all have pretty big effect. Obviously, we may see very large overnight moves going into tomorrow. This could be tomorrow morning. This could be pretty bearish or possibly bullish. ES broke down and tested the long-term trend, bounced off of it, retested 5620, and ended up closing kind of, well, end of day at right around 5600. Commodities moved down again. Another drop in oil. So 2 days of decline after its big bull run due to the cutoff of oil out of Libya that was on Monday. Precious metals also down. Gold not getting hit nearly as much as silver and copper. It looks like agricultural commodities are keeping things propped up a little bit. The dollar up very sharply today. Really not sure on what. There wasn't really any significant news this morning that would have driven that kind of response. I think M3 money supply was up a little bit, so that might have had some effect. Gilt auction wasn't particularly favorable. But mostly up against well, everything, I guess. Not so much up against the yuan, but up quite a bit against the yen, euro, and pound. If tomorrow's GDP data is good, the market double bottom on the dollar, and we may see the dollar start to climb back up alongside the top end of the yield curve. Correlation spent most of the day breaking down. We did get a little bit of a reversal in it on that big bounce from 5560 back up to 5600. However, it then broke down again and did not recover into the end of the day. That's true for both the 1 and 3 month. Carry trade levered up pretty hard on the 10-year, but not so much on the 3 and 6 month. A little bit more on the 6 month than the 3 month. So they're still levering up the back end of the trade, which would assume that they expect the dollar to rise and yields at the top end of the curve to come up on U.S. Treasuries. Forward yield on volatility ended the day at 3.01 with a peak of 6.03. So very briefly there, we got above that federal funds rate. And we saw the reaction to that, right? Bond volatility not really moving much. Skew still some tail risk pulling back. Tail risk hedging pulling back, which means that funds are getting more exposed to a tail risk event. 88.27% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, which isn't much change over the last like 5 days. And correlation between VIX contract or VX contract in front and cash VIX at 96.48. So the spread is still widening a bit there, but not very much, and they're staying highly correlated. Fed fund futures pricing in 0.91 points of rate cuts into January of 2025. Where does this put us? Well, from a technical perspective, not in the best place. We have failed to regain the all-time high. This is obviously topping out. We got an equivalent low today or a lower low. 56. Nope. We got the exact same to the penny low today that we had last Thursday. If the bounce off of this fails to regain the trend, actually, probably if it fails to regain 56.08, it's pretty bearish. And another loss of 55.70 could mark a breakdown, where a continuation would be realized at 54.46. So yeah, we may be getting a top here, and if this is a top, well, that would be really interesting because that would make this a bear rally and not a bull run. So we'll see what happens. Still have to see what goes down with GDP, obviously, and Nvidia earnings tonight. CrowdStrike is up, of course it is. How's Salesforce doing? Salesforce is important. Kind of flat. And Nvidia is undecided. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, these will play a big role, but unless Nvidia beats substantially, I still think GDP is going to be significantly more important. Good night, Grim 2. All right, later, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your